This is day 5 of the CamHack playthrough, and this is my first time coming back to the game since the patch that just happened. So we might notice some differences, some slight differences here and there. Because there was a patch that changed a whole lot of things, including some like combat mechanics and enemy placements. So things might be a little bit different compared to our previous playthroughs. Let's get back to it. We need to make our way down the mountain. So I need to actually head back up this way and go that way. I also potentially need to purify the sword. I hadn't even really thought about what... ooh, I'm already getting performance issues. Let's just do this. Nope. Apparently the patch also did break some performance and graphic settings. I've already seen a Blue Sky post from Punchy, the legend, and he was showing off that the fog and lighting effects apparently are very broken on like low quality settings. So there have been changes that affect the graphic quality and performance of the game. Oh boy, and I am getting, even on performance quality, I'm getting choppy frame rates. Oh no, don't tell me the patch made this game run like every other Unreal Engine 5 game on my computer. No, dude. No. Not like this. My 3060 Ti is crying. I can't handle these fucking Unreal Engine 5 games, man. And this game ran so good before. Hopefully it's just like this one section. And maybe things will be okay. I'm gonna try to have some copium. Maybe you can down patch. I mean, potentially, but it's not the kind of thing I'm gonna bother with right now. I'd have to do that in between streams. Yeah, even on performance mode, the game is running like absolute shit for me right now. I don't know how much of that's translating to OBS, if you can see how choppy the visuals are. Look at this, though. Look at this, though. This is the patch. This is the patch right here. Look how open this is. This was all closed off until you kill the pregnancy beast. Now you can just run right through. That was a forced combat section that no longer forces combat. You can just run past it. Oh my god, this game just went from a 7.5 to a 9 out of 10. And then back to a 7.5 because of the performance issues. But still, That's really nice, actually. That's a nice quality of life change. If you are not forced to fight these so many times, that is an absolute huge dub for Neobards and for Silent Hill F. Now, if only they could work on performance. I mean, it's Unreal Engine 5. That's not an easy task. So, I mean, I don't blame them for that still not being very good. It's a very difficult engine to work with in terms of optimization. So I totally get it. Also, I should be able to, like, yeah, you're not locked in your dodge animation for as long. They changed kind of how smoothly you can switch between dodging and doing other actions. So I don't know. Probably a difficult thing to pick up on visually, but just how things feel. That's noticeable as well. So, interesting patch. Too bad it kind of fucked up performance. This is the oldest Oinari-sama in town. This is the Inari statue that started it. Ebisugaoka shifting from the 1,000-year-old cedar to the fox in terms of worship and belief. Maybe it's a compiling issue. I mean, there could be something going on with, like, changes to the shaders based on the way that they changed stuff. So it might not be a problem on, like, future playthroughs. It's just very noticeably stuttery for me right now. Very choppy. It seems to be a little bit smoother on OBS, so maybe, I don't know, there's something else going on with my computer. Let's go ahead and purify. Let's just purify this. Ugh. This is like Silent Hill 4 PC cutscenes at 15 FPS. Really like the change in animations between Purified and Pissed Sword. I kind of wish they were more unique animations, because it's just... You said pissed instead of possessed. That's fine. It's pissed. There's a pissed off demon in it. So I still read it that way. It's either Purified or there's a pissed off demon in it. Same thing. Same. The only thing I wish the Purified sword had unique attack animations, because as it is, these are just the default like steel pipe animations. It's cool that that detail is there, that the possessed sword gives you unique attack animations compared to purified. But yeah, some unique animations for the purified version of the sword would have been nice. Oh, there's weird Vader stuff going on there. Noticeable choppiness, though. It'll be okay. My brain don't like it. Ooh, yeah, especially when it does like a big lag like that and then makes my camera sort of go way out of place. Oh god, and it's definitely impacting combat reactions and stuff. This is bad. This is rough. Again, I'm kind of hoping maybe once I get back into the town, maybe things will be a little bit smoother. Maybe it's just all the fog effects and assets and stuff out here in the forest. Again, I think it's less noticeable on stream, but it's very noticeable for me while I play. I mean, it's not the most important thing in the world for this type of playthrough anyway. As long as we can still cam hack and look around at stuff, that's the main thing. But that's going to be annoying. Hirimi! Thank you for the wiener. Thank you for the 84 months, man. Thank you, thank you. I know what you like, weirdners. I still can't ever, like, think about Wendy's without it being Weirandy's. That's just in my brain forever. get some weirdies. Goes back up that way. Bless you. Rachel and I have been sneezing and sinus draining. Everything just feeling gross. I feel like it's getting worse getting into town. This could be a problem. So many good things in the patch, but that's a huge shame if it makes the game run poorly. That was honestly one of my favorite things about Silent Hill F, was that for being an Unreal Engine 5 game, it ran like very smooth on my setup. And now it's kind of running like every other Unreal Engine 5 game does. It's very stuttery. It's really noticeable when I'm like turning the camera. Kind of funny. We have the Higambana and the plants, all the overgrowth happening around, and Hinako freaking out about like, oh, it's reached the town, it's already affected it this much. But if you clip back into the areas where you're not normally supposed to go, it's like, nah, it's fine. It's not everywhere. Just in the places you can access. Whee! Play on the playground, go through the tunnels. And we should be able to cam hack here, get a closer look at this playground flashback scene. Or we'll zoom the camera in and just deload Kotoyuki's face. Oh, we can just despawn the hair first. Well, that's not what I was hoping for. I like our little shadow children. Larval stalkers. You can kind of see the fox. Hey! Can even get in there underneath the particle effect. And see the face. Look at that good boy. That's for the thumbnail. That would be a pretty good thumbnail. Let's get this shot right here with Bunny Hinako in the back. And the like sun and everything behind it. This is still such a really pretty game. Here's the inside of the fox's face. Too bad we can't look at young Kotoyuki. The face just disappears. No, I was hoping maybe it's based on Hinako's proximity. Can we see young Hinako? Does your face also disintegrate? See the inside of her mouth just fine. A little bit. Oh, she doesn't have any eyeballs, but that's okay. Oh, that's just how her model is. I thought that was just because of the camera proximity. No, this model of young Hinako does not have eyeballs. Spooky. If I was somebody like, so clearly the reason for this is because you don't see the characters' faces. You're not supposed to see them because of the particle effect. If I was somebody like Rachel Ashman, I would be like, clearly this is relevant to the plot and ties back to the doctor who had the box full of eyeballs in reference to young Hinako having her eyeballs removed. Sometimes it's just game dev stuff. Like, why would you render in parts of a character model that are not meant to be seen by the player? Which is what I think the effect is here. Oh, POV, you're petting a fox. But man, I really wanted to see Kotoyuki. I don't know why just his face despawns. He's just a happy little guy. Just a happy little kitsune. Look at those whiskers. Yeah, scariest thing in the whole game there. Young Hinako with no eyeballs. Oh, look, his whole body is rendered based on camera placement. Damn. Turns out they were made out of bugs the entire time. We have our shadow adults. Oh, you can see he's got facial hair. Actually, is that... That might be Kanta. That might be the same model as Hinako's dad. The voice is not her dad. I don't think contextually it's like meant to be him, but I think it is just like a silhouette version of him to kind of play the part, since you don't get to see these characters with much detail anyway. Just a clever way to reuse the models. They have fully rendered mouths and teeth. So it is just a model that they're applying like a shadowy filter texture over. Little Hinako defending the fox. Hey, now we can see a face. There he is. Kind of weird because it sort of just looks like his adult face stuck on like a kid body. Yeah, the shape of the shadow effect does kind of look like the fox mask. Kind of goes up into the like ears, covers the top part of his face and nose more than his jaw. There we go. There's little Kotoyuki. Definitely some cool detail there. Oh, come on, game. Being rushed, being controlled like puppets, being forced to abandon yourself by a force outside of yourself. Some of Hinako's thoughts on not only recognizing that she's having to, like, give up her identity as part of this marriage, but also questioning, is there a larger force at work controlling it? More implications to the existence of the fox spirits, these old gods fighting amongst each other, using the humans as pawns. Thought I remember these activating after listening to the radio. That's one way to do it. They also don't like being attacked. So I don't think I've actually taken a really good look at these guys yet. There's a few different forms with various levels of overgrowth, and there's versions that are wearing pants and then versions that are wearing dresses or skirts. Looks very similar to Shu. His legs and shoes. Shoes. And then even the faces on it, reminiscent of Shu. Similar to Shu and Wrinkle. Question for chat, what ending are we going for? Well, I haven't taken any red pills, and I just purified the sword, so I kind of think that locks us in to ending number 4. Where we fight the 2 bosses in tandem at the end. Might accidentally pop a pill. I'm actually past that point. I'm actually past the point where that would affect it. Because the game stops spawning in pills after you get to Shu's residence. Once Hinako puts the pillbox down with the note in that scene. Yeah, there's like little versions of the pregnancy monster cysts. Stop looking at it? No. That's the whole point of this. Literally the whole point. Looking at all the things. Even these. There's more back here. Hate the spawners, pregnancy monsters, big ladies, they're so tanky. Yeah. Thankfully, this game just got an update. There was a patch just implemented into the game last night that you're not forced to fight as many of them now. One of my biggest issues with those monsters is how often you're forced to fight them to be able to progress. And we just ran right past one of them on the descent of the mountain after Shu's residence. Normally you're forced to fight one to open up one of the pathways to get back into town. Now the pathway's just open and you can run right past it. So the fact that you don't have to fight as many of them, that's a huge quality of life change for this game. So far, I like a lot of what the new patch has supposedly changed. The only thing that really sucks is apparently it killed performance. At least for my setup. It'll probably affect different people in different ways, depending on your PC setup. But, yeah, performance is now very bad on my computer. Whereas this game ran really, really nicely and smoothly before. Since the patch playing today has been super laggy. Gauntlet sections in the final act are such a drag when you're doing all endings. Oh yeah. Because I've already done all my ending playthroughs. This is my cam hack playthrough now that I've already done 5 playthroughs and gotten all endings. So this is my 6th run through the game. And yeah, that section of the game, the Gauntlet section of the game, is definitely like one of the things that really knocks this game down a few points for me. It's really annoying. It takes so much away from the game. It kills a lot of the pacing. See, there's one of the birthers. Although we do want to cam hack and look at this because these are the grown variants. So they're a little different looking compared to the ones we saw before. See more of the formed like teeth and mouth for the fox creature underneath. More of the overgrowth, flowers, open wounds on it. The actual cysts, pustules, titty bellies are broken open and rotting. We're going in. Oh, look at this. Look, I didn't realize how long the one that comes down here is. Goes all the way up the belly like that. Like a hyena. Random little like stumpy limbs. Look at the little baby hands. Look at the creepy little baby hand arm segments. Take my strong hand. Toenail fungus. Fused fingers. They're related to Pyramid Head and Valtiel. Different fingers instead of the middle finger and the ring finger. It's the index finger and the middle finger, but they got the fused finger motif going on. The grippers for free. Yeah, we're giving them to you for free. Gross. But again, look. This was a forced combat section before. See this little section right here? This was normally closed off. Until you kill this. You're not able to progress up the hill. Now it's just open. You can just run right past it. Yeah, you can run past him now, Ezio. They just patched the game to make fewer forced combat sections on any difficulty. This is story difficulty. But on every difficulty, as far as I'm aware, you can just run past now. You're not forced to fight these anymore. Huge quality of life improvement. Like massive. Already completed it 100%, but oh well. Exactly. I'm kind of like, damn. That's what we get for doing everything all after, immediately after release. But hey, we did it before it got nerfed. And consider ourselves true professionals. Yeah, you get the bragging rights. I did it before they nerfed it. Yeah, let's go ahead and give up our brooch. We'll do this ending. Oh, actually, I should have done the other ending. Oh well, we'll do it. Or we'll still do many more playthroughs of this game. Because I still want to see the, I didn't want you to get married shoe ending in Japanese rather than English, because that was the second playthrough that I did was for that ending, and that was my first playthrough to check out the English dub. So I still need to see the Japanese version of those cutscenes. If they ever make a replica of the brooch, I want to get it for my collection. People were talking about that during last night's stream. Apparently there's already some people on Etsy doing recreations of it. So they're out there. I don't know if Konami will ever do like official ones, but there are some fan-made ones. Seen some of those, but not into 3D printed stuff. I mean, even if you were to get it officially, that's just such a common manufacturing process these days, because it's so much more affordable to do 3D printed stuff. More of those mushrooms, the fungus that we've seen growing around some different places. This house from the very beginning, when these doors are closed, the start of the game, you don't actually have access to this area normally during the early game, but we cam hacked back here to kind of see it before all the overgrowth stuff is here. Stupid ad. Stupid Twitch for making channel moderators have to see ads. And not giving streamers the option to just opt out of advertisements. Like, I wish I could just turn them off for everybody. Because I don't make anything off of ad revenue. My view counts are way too low. So I only get like, I don't know, $15 to $20 a month from ad revenue total. That's honestly not worth it. I wish I could just opt out. I would take the 15 or 20 bucks a month less so that none of my viewers have ads. I would absolutely take that trade in a heartbeat. But Twitch just doesn't give you that option. I was about to say, hopefully you make at least a little bit of money. No. If I regularly had, like, you know, 1,000+ viewers, it might be a bit more significant in terms of income, but on average, my streams are around like 100 viewers, maybe. Sometimes a little bit better because of raids, but even when I get raids, the majority of people who come over from a raid just leave. They don't stick around. So it'll give me like a spike in viewership that immediately drops off, and my average viewership for streams, especially for like Silent Hill F cam hack, viewership's been kind of lower. It's usually around like 90 to 100 people. You don't make anything off of ad revenue if you're only, you know, having a few hundred viewers. It's not worth it at all. I would much rather just turn advertisements off entirely and let people just be able to watch uninterrupted, whether you're subbed or not. But no. Laudable Halo, I don't make hardly any money. I don't make much of anything. Also, huge shout outs to Canna Snails. I don't know if Canna Snails is here tonight, right now. But Canna Snails has been one of our regular supporters for quite some time. And this morning, Canna Snails donated $500. $500? That is more than I made in all of October. That's more than I made on Twitch in all of October from Canna Snails donating once for $500. On top of Canna Snails also doing a whole bunch of gift subs and stuff for people. So huge shout outs to Canna Snails, literally doubling my income with one huge donation. So absolute MVP right there. Helping me pay my medical bills, making sure me and my wife can go and get groceries tomorrow. Literally saving our lives. But thank you. Thank you. But yeah, for anybody curious, I'm completely open about revenue and income and stuff like that. A lot of streamers are kind of iffy on talking about that sort of thing. I will be 100% open and honest about that aspect of streaming. For anybody who is an aspiring streamer and is curious, like, at what level you can support yourself being a streamer. Just for reference, I've been streaming since 2011. 2011 is when I started streaming on Twitch. 2015 is when I started focusing on Silent Hill and like building up more of a regular audience and viewership. And I've never had more than 500 subs at any given time. And the one time that I had that many subs, it was mostly gift subs. Around like 200 of those subs were gift subs. So even at my absolute peak, I had around like 300 individual subscribers. Right now, these days, I usually hover around like 100 subscribers. I think we're at like 130 right now. Again, thanks to Canna Snails doing a bunch of gift subs and stuff. And with subscribers and bits and ad revenue and everything all together, for the month of October, where we streamed a lot, we played Silent Hill F like all month. We did Silent Hill 2 remake speedruns and stuff like that. Like, it's horror month, it's spooky month, it's like the big month of the year for a channel like mine. I made less than $500. I made like 480 through Twitch. And I made about another 450 through YouTube. So even as somebody who's been doing this for such a long time, put in a lot of effort, put in a lot of work, I usually don't make more than around a little over $1,000 a month. Laudable Halo, thank you for the resub. I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Bumping that number just a little bit more. Feel ya on the medical bills part. Broke your ankle last month and still getting hit with bills here and there. Thankfully can cover it. But knowing your medical bills puts a bit of a churn in my stomach. This isn't much, but at least you can make a bit of income off me. Hey, I'll take it. It's like $2. It costs you like $6. $1 of that goes towards advertisers and stuff, and then Twitch takes half of the remaining. So I usually get around $2 per sub, give or take. But it helps. It definitely helps. But yeah, medical bills are a pain in the ass. My emergency room visit from earlier this year, back in March, alone is like $2,000. And even like I had a GoFundMe put up, and the GoFundMe, like a lot of very generous people helping out, we were able to get a little over $3,000 to help cover stuff. So that definitely put a dent in those medical bills. But one ER visit was like around $2,000, not to mention 3 months where I was recovering and wasn't able to work. So that was 3 months where I was just like not able to earn any kind of income, plus all the cost of the ER and all of the medical visits, all of the doctor visits, the MRI, the nerve tests, the ortho specialist, orthopedic specialist, the medications that I was on, everything else included. We're gonna be paying that shit off for years at this rate. Yeah, the good news is, like, thanks to Rachel, at the very least we had insurance, so I can see doctors and get these tests done and get medications, get all the help that I needed to recover, like, when I needed it. But we're going to be paying off those bills for quite some time. Different kinds of plants and things here. I saw this documentary about a guy who had a surprise medical issue. Have you considered meth? I think I've seen that documentary. Unfortunately, I'm not a science teacher. So, I don't think making and selling and distributing meth is going to be an option for me. Also, I live in Georgia, so, like, that economy is already well handled. There's already much more established There's already much more established people. Oh, I just meant smoke it? Oh yeah. That would be the best thing for treating for treating high blood pressure. Having too much salt fucks me up. Having caffeine fucks me up. I can only imagine. Meth would literally just give me a heart attack and I would die, like, instantly. The US is such an awful place. From the outside view, yeah. Yep, healthcare here is a complete joke. It's very expensive. It's often not very effective either. Because so many hospitals, so many doctors, they're motivated by profit, not necessarily what's best for the patient to recover. Just what medications can we prescribe that will make the most money off of? Like, what treatments can we provide that require the most return visits and appointments that they can profit off of, rather than what would be most effective in actually healing the patient. So even with insurance, even with money, even with everything like that not being part of it, healthcare here is a complete joke. Now we have the overgrown version of the Shimizu house, at least on the outside. I have chronic tinnitus and was on sick leave for 6 months last year. Not once did I have to worry about bills or income because of healthcare. Because our healthcare takes care of everything. I have chronic tinnitus and I haven't even brought it up with any of my doctors because it would just be another thing that I have to pay for additional treatment for. Like, it's not life-threatening, so we just ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist. The only thing that I've bothered getting treatment for in all of my doctor visits and everything this year is all the stuff that I assumed was life-threatening, which wound up being anxiety, depression, high blood pressure, vitamin D deficiency. Nothing actually that bad, but too much of that had gone on for too long. to the point where I was just having like debilitating panic attacks every day. So I was just trying to take care of that. I needed to get just healthy enough where I could work again. So that's basically been the goal for this year. We don't even bring up the tinnitus, because that would just be a whole nother issue. That would be a whole nother issue. And I've already got enough medical debt from the problems we're trying to take care of to last me for the next several years. So, no thank you. Okamoto.
岡本水産でございます。毎度ごひいきに預かり誠にありがとうございます。もしもし。
Thanks, Motoi Okamoto. Thank you for producing Silent Hill games. Is your tinnitus the ringing in the ear kind? People always describe it as a ringing in the ear, but it's like a constant high-pitched tone. There's times where it's more noticeable, there's times where it's less noticeable, but it's kind of always there for me. The closest way I can describe it is like in video games or in movies, whenever you see the like flashbang go off, the big explosion go off, and you have that like everything else gets muffled and you just hear a very high-pitched tone, constant tone. That's what my tinnitus is like, and it's always there. Post-concert tinnitus has taught me to bring earplugs. Hey, that type of thing's very important. That's probably where a lot of my tinnitus came from, is too many years playing music, you know, learning piano, playing guitar, playing loud music, attending loud concerts. Because before Twitch, like, I worked as a musician, and I've just been an amateur musician before I was working as one since I was like 12 years old. And yeah, just didn't take care of my ears. And then now that I'm older and I have like blood pressure issues and things like that, that apparently makes it worse. Let's see, I assume everything's deloaded. Yeah, now that we're in the Shimizu house. Oh, hello. Little hidden out of bounds Okora. We're just, the whole Shimizu house is just in a large room. It's not It's not set up like a lot of the outdoor areas where there's like a skybox and stuff if you clip out of bounds. There's actually like walls and a ceiling. It's just a really big room with all these smaller rooms and things in there. Hey, Sabrosa. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the Silent Hill F Cam hack. Hope y'all are doing well. Hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? And hey, what's up, Nix? Another fire warning sign. I think it is. Yeah, be careful of fire. Next to all the cooking where we actually get the propane hose and everything later. Been playing Yakuza 0 for the first time. Very nice. I still need to play the Yakuza games. I haven't played a single one. Always heard good things and just never really delved into that series. Cam hacking's going pretty well. Still on the lookout for some cool stuff, as always. Just looking at details. We don't find something that's like secret or very different. Just being able to see the environments up close in more detail. See, there we go. Stuff like this. Nice. Full shot of the family portrait here. The Shimizu family. Junko's wedding. And of course, there's names down at the bottom. Yeah, Kimie, mother, Kanta, father. Eldest daughter, Junko. His mom's name taped over? No, it's visible. I mean, there is like a little smudge there kind of on her name, but I think that's just kind of to show the age of the paper. Gotta love how Hinako's still in her school uniform for the photo op. I mean, this should also be a big indicator for players that Hinako is not actually a student in the current timeline. Because a lot of people still don't seem to understand. We never see the real Hinako in the current timeline. We only see her in her uniform from when she was still a student, because all of her memories and all of how she identifies herself comes from that time period of her life. She's actually in her 20s. She's already been graduated by the time she's getting set up for marriage. But we never see her in that reality. We only see her through her delusion, where she thinks of herself as still being a student. But this image right here should also give that away. That Junko has already been married and moved on. And yet Hinako is in her uniform in this photo that's old. She's not still currently a student. I feel like that's one of the biggest details that a lot of people playing this game seem to overlook, is that Hinako is not actually still a student. We never see the real Hinako. That's one of my biggest complaints about this game. That they should have shown a little bit more reality. Not a lot, because you still want to leave a lot of things open to mystery and to interpretation. But in some of the endings, in at the very least one ending in particular, we really should have seen a glimpse of Hinako and Shu as adults, leaving the wedding, talking about how weird they look dressed up for the wedding. We should have seen them in their adult lives, what they look like as 20-somethings dressed up for the nice wedding. We shouldn't still be seeing them as students at that point, the way the game does, the way it portrays them. And then some of these other photos, we've already seen these. The fact they kept the teen models made that ending feel weirder. It really did. Because their dialogue is clearly implying that they don't actually look the way that we're seeing them as the player. Yeah, that would have been interesting. Even just showing Shu as an adult, but still seeing Hinako as a teen, because she still perceives her identity like so closely tied with that period in her life. Something. Some little glimpses of reality are kind of what this game needed. Still wonder about the final true ending. The town flooded, right? Is that supposed to be reality? Otherwise, why call it the true ending? There, you can infer anything from this game. That's another one of my kind of complaints on the way the story is told. There's not enough reality to give you any kind of indication of what is actually happening. So the only things that we kind of know for sure is that the wedding is taking place, and that Hinako and her friends and like they're all in their 20s. That is consistent across all endings. Just from the sheer fact of like the journals that we have from Hinako that give us an actual exact date for the wedding and their ages, like where they're at in that point of their life. So also, as far as calling it a true ending, who calls it that? The game doesn't call it that. The game doesn't say that any ending is a true ending. Fans try to call it that because it is like the ending that takes the most playthroughs to get, but that doesn't necessarily make it the true ending. In terms of like trying to pin down a canon ending, like what's canonical or not. None of the endings really fit into that category, you know? And the game doesn't go out of its way to define any one ending as being more or less true than the others. But the fan base has already run off with referring to that as the true ending. Which is also going to throw off a lot of people's interpretations of the game. But the reality of it is there is no real, true ending. And no ending really gives you any sense of reality, actual reality. Also, G, I'm sorry, I've been rambling about so many different things, and we got rated at the same time. But G, thank you so much for the 58 months, man. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, canned light bulbs are more of a New England kitchen staple, it turns out, hence why there aren't any in this game. I mean, we didn't get them in Silent Hill 2 Remake either. Still the most disappointing aspect. Still the most disappointing aspect of that cam hack playthrough. No canned light bulbs. It's like slightly referenced with the light bulb that you dip into the can of red paint, but you never see, there's no like animation of the bulb going into the paint. You just combine it in your inventory and then suddenly have a red light bulb. You never actually get a bulb in a can. Come on. Come on, Bloober. Look at these grilled fish. No canned light bulbs, but we do have grilled fish. Lore question, what's with the giant doll by the Swallow Room? Feels like a reference to Silent Hill 4. Yeah, the way Ezio points it out. It feels like a reference to the giant Eileen head in the hospital section of Silent Hill 4. In terms of trying to determine any kind of meaning from it, there's lots of different ways to interpret that. There's a repeating theme of dolls, first of all. So, dolls of all kind. You have the celluloid doll. You have the traditional Japanese dolls that like Rinko has in her room. You have the much older traditional Japanese kokeshi, the little wooden dolls, which are scattered all over the house when you go through that part of the Shimizu household, which we're coming up on. A lot of people misinterpreted that and thought those were sake bottles, but they are little wooden dolls, little traditional wooden Japanese dolls called kokeshi. So the giant doll is just a giant version of the kokeshi. The face on it is meant to resemble her father, Kanta. So there's a little bit of tying it in thematically with her father. The face being broken open with like a monster underneath with the moving eye. The idea that the outside of her father, the way he portrays himself, the way he shows himself to other members of the family and society is different than his true personality, what he's like on the inside, that he's more monstrous. And that may not even necessarily be super accurate. A lot of the way that this game portrays its characters, it's all coming from Hinako's mind. It's all through the lens of Hinako's subconscious. So she exaggerates the negative aspects of her friends, of her family. So that's why Junko is much more like trying to convince Hinako to just go through with the wedding, get rid of your friends, cut off all of these people from your life, and accept being an adult. Give up that part of your identity because that's just part of life. Like, all of that aspect of Junko is being exaggerated by Hinako. how abusive her father may actually be could be another exaggeration of Hinako's, where he probably is drunk and abusive to some extent, especially based on the flashback we get with like Hinako's mother in New Game Plus. But I also get the sense that, again, so much of this game is not reality. Like, essentially 99% of the game is not reality. It's very much like Silent Hill Shattered Memories, where everything is just going on in Hinako's mind. So you can't take anything literally. Like, nothing. The way that characters are presenting themselves, the way that notes are written, the way that flashbacks are shown, the way that characters look, the way that characters act, all of that is through the lens of Hinako's subconscious. None of it, I think, is 100% accurate to reality. I think everything is exaggerated. Is that the doll looking at us in the picture? It is. So this is supposed to be Hinako and Junko and their mother, Sachie. And you can tell that's Hinako on the right, holding the celluloid doll in this picture. Really nice detail there. And then Hinako and Junko at the playground where Kotoyuki was bitten. Bitten by the fox. Haven't played through beyond the first ending for this game because the combat was too much of a slog for me to push through another one, but the endings felt a little meh to me for different reasons. I totally agree. And also, the game might be worth revisiting now for those New Game Plus follow-up playthroughs. They just updated the game this morning, last night, essentially. So, with the new patch, with the new update for this game, they removed a lot of the forced combat scenarios. They reduced the amount of enemies in some locations. They polished some of the combat mechanics a little bit more, and they added a new casual action difficulty that's even easier than story difficulty. So if you just want to like fly through your New Game Plus playthroughs, you can do that much, much easier and faster now. Thanks to this new update. So it might be worth revisiting this game. If you've been hesitant to go back and do the follow-up New Game Plus stuff in this game, the new patch definitely makes all of that stuff much, much smoother now. So good time to revisit if you've been putting off doing your New Game Plus playthroughs. Oh, well, that's a very interesting picture as well. Yeah, the Ninetales, the Kyuubi fox, but look on the left and right. That is the silhouette of presumably mom and dad, Kanta and yeah, that looks like mom and dad praying. You can kind of see their heads bowed down, their hands in front on the left and right side, praying to the Kyuubi. A little bit more of the implication that the gods are real if you want to take that interpretation, that these spirits exist, that everything is happening because of people's worship to these deities. Like, they made their agreement with Inari-sama for the daughters in exchange for their own well-being. But that's a cool picture. These are the kind of details that the cam hack is all about. Stuff that, like, here's how much of it you can see normally. Like, you can kind of tell. You can kind of tell, but not with the same clarity as being able to zoom all the way in and see the other silhouettes and everything, all the detail of it. You can see the fox, and even then, it's a little bit hard to actually tell what you're necessarily looking at. The bloody axe. Then we have stuff like this, where it's like, are we supposed to assume that there was some sort of bloody axe murder going on? Is Kanta responsible for this? Is Hinako responsible for this? There's a lot of things in the game that I think are just here to be spooky. They're just horror imagery without context. Just to kind of let your mind wander and try to apply meaning to it. There may be more intention behind it than I'm giving it credit for, but there's a lot of things that I think are just there to be creepy, to be weird, which is fine. I like stuff like that too. Not everything needs to be super deep and meaningful. Some stuff can just be there to be creepy. It's a horror game. A million %, that's something I wish Silent Hill fandom would remember sometimes. It's the same deal in the original games too. Like, again, I love these games. I love this series. I've played them obsessively for the past 26, almost 27 years. February will be 27 years. And I've gone through every phase of being a Silent Hill fan that you can possibly imagine. I've been the obsessive fan where I assume that every little thing is intentional and has meaning. I've also gotten past those phases and realized more about the reality of game development. You don't always get to realize all of your ideas. And you've also got a whole team working on different aspects of the game. And some of those team members have different ideas from other team members. And sometimes, like, the artist will come up with something that looks cool and looks creepy. And it's not necessarily what the writer or the director had in mind, but they see what the artist came up with and they're like, yeah, that's cool. That's creepy looking. Let's put it in. Like, that's just the nature of game development and collaborative, creation of something between lots of people, between a whole team of people. So it's something that I think takes a little bit deeper understanding beyond just trying to analyze the game and make sense of everything, having a little bit more understanding of what it's like to make a game. And then understanding that some stuff is just there to be weird. Some stuff is there to just be creepy. There's not anything deeper beyond that. It's meant to invoke, parts of your mind to come up with a reason for it when there isn't a reason to begin with. Which is a good way to approach horror in general. The stages of being a Silent Hill fan: denial, bargaining, anger, depression, and acceptance. Kind of. I mean, kind of. Being a Silent Hill fan is weird. From over a decade of barely anything to suddenly being bombarded by funny meme content ever since Silent Hill 2 Remake and Silent Hill being mainstream. I mean, think about it from my standpoint, or for anybody here who has, like me, been a fan since 1999. If you've been following the series since 1999, like, you've got a very different mindset, a larger scope of things, where we got a game in 99, we got a follow-up game in 2001 that wound up not being a sequel at all when people were expecting a sequel. And then we were like, oh, so this is going to be like an anthology series where it's different parts of the town and different characters and different stories. And then we get Silent Hill 3 that goes back to being a proper continuation of Silent Hill 1's story. So it's like, oh, so we're not being an anthology series. We are connecting elements of the story, which makes you reevaluate how you just perceived the new games when Silent Hill 2 and 3 were new games. And then Silent Hill 4 is such a departure yet again. It sort of goes back to being that anthology, but it still makes little references to Alessa and the cult and Dahlia Gillespie. So it's like a departure that kind of still ties in some elements of established lore, but also does a lot of things different. And then Team Silent disbands, and the next thing we get is Silent Hill Origins, like 3 years after that, not counting the arcade game and stuff like that in between. There's also the existence of the arcade game. Like, we got Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4. Back in those days, the play novel, unless you were Japanese, you probably didn't even know it existed. And then the arcade game came out, and it was like, what the fuck? This is a rail shooter. This is House of the Dead with Silent Hill monsters. Oh, another creepy Hinako picture. She did young Hinako with no face, holding the celluloid doll by the leg, just sort of dangling it there. And again, the doll itself represents the 1,000-year-old cedar god, the god that had its worship and believers taken away by Inari-sama, where everybody started worshiping the fox instead. So we've now got pictures, these old pictures of Hinako when she was a child, combined with the picture of like the silhouette of the parents praying to Inari-sama, to the fox, showing that these gods have been manipulating things all the way back to when Hinako was a child, potentially. Is the cedar god also the water dragon god? No. Those are completely different. There are like 4 different gods. There is Inari-sama, the fox. There is the 1,000-year-old cedar. There is the water dragon. And there is the goddess of agriculture. That are all 4 separate major deities. Technically, there's a 5th one as well. There's Ebisu, which the town is named after. Ebisugaoka, the god of luck and fishing, which is a real deity in Japanese folklore. So, but that is also Japanese religion in a nutshell. It's this mishmash of like Buddhism and Shinto and Taoist, like all of these different belief structures combined with local folklore that sort of changes from town to town and area to area. Everyone's got their like local deities. There's all these different spirits and sprites of nature, and yokai, demons, and ghosts. So it's a nice representation of like sort of Japanese religion and Japanese spirituality in general. That there kind of is this war between all of these gods and deities, and people sort of pick and choose which ones they consider reverent, like which ones they consider important enough to like visit a shrine and wish for good luck, you know, that sort of thing. The water dragon head is the evil that both the cedar god and Inari fight to contain, as long as people believe in one of them to give them that power. That's kind of the implication, but again, the way this game presents information, they leave a lot of that up to interpretation of how much of that is even real or how much influence those gods necessarily have. Again, it's why I think this game could have benefited from more reality. Just little bits and pieces of reality rather than all of it being through Hinako's mind, because it makes it very difficult to figure out how much of it is real or how much of this is just Hinako sort of blaming the way that her life is and the way that the life of the people around her are on these sort of forces that are bigger than her. It could be Hinako's way of just saying, you know, that it's how she copes. It's how she copes with her father being abusive, or Kotoyuki, you know, being manipulated into going forward with this arranged marriage, or having to like cut off her friends. The idea that she's coping with all of these things happening in reality by putting it on gods and spirits and things that are out of her control. Because that's easier to accept than just like people are shitty and life is hard. There's also the mass arsenic poisoning, if that's real, if that's even real. Because a lot of that is, again, attributed to the water dragon head giving off this toxic gas in the area. Is that real? Is it actually a dragon head that is happening, or the source of that happening? Or is there a more realistic answer for why that's happening? The same way the game gives multiple reasons for like the conversations with yourself. Shu writes notes about having a conversation with his inner self to like work out his issues. Hinako literally having conversations with herself to work out these issues. The game presents the fact that maybe she is spiritually able to like split her soul, similar to Alessa in Silent Hill 1, and is literally having a conversation with the other half of her soul. Or the gods are manipulating her and making her see things that are not actually real. They're trying to present things to manipulate her into coming to a certain conclusion that benefits the gods. Maybe none of that is real, and she has hereditary brain cancer because her mother was being treated for brain cancer. And there's a note that talks about how brain cancer and brain tumors can have a similar effect on people, where they would talk to themselves or have visions of themselves. The game provides multiple different explanations for everything in the game and refuses to tell you if any of them is correct. It really is choose your own adventure sort of storytelling. That is what Ryukishi does. This is a writer who predominantly is known for doing choose your own adventure visual novels. That concept just doesn't apply to this type of story as well. This sort of format. I don't think it works as well. I think you need to have a few more definitive pieces of reality, not even necessarily like hard answers to these questions. You can still have a lot of these same things be left open to mystery and to interpretation. But there should have been little elements of reality to help sort of motivate what you interpret, to at least give people something to latch onto in terms of discussion. Instead, every single element of the game, because it is all being told through Hinako as an unreliable narrator, everything is through her mind. Everything is through the lens of Hinako's subconscious, which means absolutely nothing can be taken at face value. The gods and everything that we're trying to talk about, what they mean or what they might represent, might not exist at all. They might be entirely made up by Hinako as a coping mechanism to explain why she has to go through these difficult things in her life. No room actually rendered here, since that door never opens. We need a Silent Hill F side story to add context. I mean, we might potentially get a sequel or a DLC or something to help clarify information. That might happen one of these days. We could get a Silent Hill 3 type situation where Silent Hill 1 leaves a lot open to interpretation. If you look at Silent Hill 1 in a vacuum, forget that the rest of the series exists, and just look at Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1 has a bunch of different endings where you could just view it all as Harry was dying in the car crash, and it was all just the last fleeting thoughts of a dying man. All of those were valid ways to interpret Silent Hill 1 until Silent Hill 3 came out 4 years later and solidified what actually happened in Silent Hill 1. It took 4 more years to get a sequel to actually tell you what really happened in Silent Hill 1. So 4 years from now, we might get a sequel to Silent Hill F that contextualizes the information that's been presented in this. Fleischwerfer, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 14 months. Thank you so much for the support. Very much appreciate that, Fleischwerfer. Yeah, we gotta wait until Silent Hill G to get some real answers. But until then, absolutely everything in this game is up for discussion. Like, there's nothing that confirms or denies with 100% certainty any element of this game. And some people think that's a cool way to approach the storytelling. I'm not a fan of that. I'm all for things being more questions than answers. I'm all for, especially Silent Hill games, I'm all for things being more questions than answers and leaving a lot up to interpretation, leaving a lot up for as a mystery that can be perceived and interpreted in multiple different ways. But I prefer still having elements of reality to ground certain parts of the narrative so that you at least have sort of a base to work from. Again, if you look at like something like Silent Hill 2, for example, there is a lot to be interpreted from Silent Hill 2, but there are certain plot points that happen, guaranteed, confirmed in the game, confirmed by developers, that happen no matter what. James killed Mary. That happened. No matter how you interpret certain elements of Silent Hill 2, that is a part of reality. Now, you could have a lot of different interpretations about when exactly he killed her, when he went to the town, what his motivation for returning to the town was. Like, there's some discussion to be had there. But the inciting event that drove the initial plot of Silent Hill 2 is a guaranteed, confirmed part of the narrative. In this, we don't have that. We don't have that. Why is there fog? Why is there monsters? Why is there another world? Are the gods real? Is your perception of any of the characters real? All of it is left open to interpretation. And when everything is left open to interpretation, it sort of hurts discussion. It hurts fan discussion because there's nothing that we can agree on. There's nothing that two fans can absolutely agree on. Instead of talking about the interpretation of the details around a confirmed event, you can just choose to disregard anybody's interpretation of anything. And there's nothing in the game that says otherwise. There's nothing, the way the narrative is presented, to tell you that, like, oh, that's fine. Some more photos here, a little better look at it. Hinako's mother holding her as a baby, or possibly Junko as a baby, but more likely Hinako. And then Hinako walking up the stairs with the Tori in the distance there in the background. Very Fatal Frame looking. The black and white really drives that element home. Oh. Photo of mom lowering her kimono, lowering her robes to show bruises and cuts. Signs of Kanta's abuse. But like this type of thing, for example, you know, grubworm, the way you phrased that. So she might definitely be abused. Yeah, definitely is the word that you can remove from that sentence, because nothing in this game is definitive. Nothing is 100% for sure. This could simply be Hinako's interpretation of Well, my father yelled at me. He threw a knife in the ground once, so he must be physically abusing my mother. If that thought is in her mind, and everything that we're seeing is being projected from her mind, we could just be seeing Hinako's interpretation of how abusive her father was. It might be an exaggeration. She also had cancer, so it could be something related to her illness, yeah. We know that mom had cancer and was undergoing treatment. That was part of the debt that the family took on. That was the whole reason for Hinako being married off to this wealthy family, to the Tsunekis, was to help pay off not only the debts incurred from the failed restaurant business that her father was trying to have, but also for her mother's cancer treatment. And then her father, sitting at the table with a cup, drinking, face blurred out. I feel like the proximity of the photo of the father next to this one of the mother is meant to even more heavily imply the idea of abuse. But again, it's just interpretation through the eyes of an unreliable narrator. We don't know. We don't know for certain. The physical abuse after Kanta got left with no money is real. I don't think that's one of the things left to interpret. Prove it. Prove it definitively. We're literally playing a game where the entire time we see the main character, who is supposed to be an adult in her 20s, is portrayed as a high school student wearing her uniform. And everything we're seeing is coming from her broken mind. Every note, every flashback, every photo, every character appearance, every environment. Prove it. How do you think that is so definitive compared to any other information provided in the game? Just because the themes of the game are so heavy around that? This is exactly what I mean. Like, there is a lot of stuff in the game that I think is more plausible than other. Like, there are elements of the story, certain elements of the story that are more plausible than others. But there's nothing to confirm 100% what anything is. Because, like, okay, let's assume that these photos are representative of actual real photos of abuse, that this is representative of some aspect of reality. So then are we to assume that these photos, the photos in general, are glimpses into reality? So does that mean that this is also real? It's a photo in the same context. The silhouette of her parents praying to a QB. Is this also real? Or would you say that this is up to interpretation? Because if we have to question one photo, we have to question all of them. If we have to question any aspect of what is being projected from Hinako's mind, which is everything, we have to question all of it. Seems really odd there would be an actual framed photo of abuse marks, the same way it would be really odd that there was some random camera filming James smothering his wife. Like, again, Silent Hill 2 as an example, we know that that is an actual event that occurred, even though there are depictions of it that are for the sake of the player, for the sake of the narrative, that don't make sense to exist. Like, nobody was there filming James with the pillow, but we still see that videotape because the videotape itself is not real. It's just James's memory. The tape is an allegory for his memory of the truth. So we're seeing these photos representing moments of Hinako's past, her history, her memories. But because Hinako is such an unreliable narrator, we don't know if we can take them at face value. That goddamn calendar. Yep, it's calendar time. October 6th, 1962. And just to kind of go back into timeline of stuff. Yeah. Note. Still alive. Note from Hinako. Hinako's diary. So again, we can start piecing together little bits of timeline. Hinako, April 6th. My big day is tomorrow. I can't back out. I'm scared. I want to run away. I don't get it. Why is it already here? So April 7th is Hinako's wedding date. So keep that in mind as we start looking at the dates that are on these calendars. Thing is, though, we're assuming Hinako's telling the truth themselves and not blowing things out of proportion, simply due to their own trauma about things. Think about your own life as a kid or a teen, how often an event would change because you could misremember something. And yeah, that happens all the time. We feel like our own memories are like infallible, but we misremember and change our memories of events all the time. We convince ourselves of something being the way that it is. And the further you get from that memory, the more distorted it usually becomes. The more time put between an event happening and you recalling it. absolutely affects the way that you view it. And then Sub Rosa, I hear that. I do, however, think it's important to not completely devalue the perspective of someone who experienced the trauma itself to claim it's being blown out of proportion. It's not that everything is being completely devalued. We're not throwing everything out the window, but it brings up the fact that there is an element of being an unreliable narrator from a narrative point of view. Again, we're not talking about real people here. We're not talking about real world situations here. We need to remind ourselves that we're talking about fictional characters in a written story. So the idea of the way that that story is presented, how much of these characters' narration, specifically Hinako's narration and perspective, can we trust? And she views herself as a high school student. She's a 20-something-year-old who's at or shortly around her wedding day, viewing herself and her friends as she remembers them in high school. And we never see her perceive them the way that they look in reality. Can we trust that person's perspective with any sort of clarity? I would say no. Her perception of reality is too skewed the way it's presented to the player. Sly Hannah, thank you so much for the 7 months. Welcome back. Hi Nub, hope you're well. Haven't been able to pop in much while you're live because of time difference. Glad you're doing more Silent Hill F. Loved this game. Thank you so much, Sly Hannah. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Welcome back. Thank you for the 7 months of support. Now that the light's on. Okay, this isn't here, which means when we walk through this, it probably teleports us to the next variation. Oh, this is the reflected area. When you're in the painting room, when you solve the puzzle in the portrait room, this room, and look up towards the ceiling, there's this watery reflection of the dark shrine. Now we can actually take the camera up here and see it a little bit more clearly. Lily pads and stuff growing out. That's cool. Time to get in the bath. Being a Ryukishi story and narrative is more reason why the abuse and force arranged marriage at an early age. She's 20-something. Everyone says forced arranged marriage at an early age. I mean, I guess 20-something is still fairly young. Maybe that's what you mean. But I've seen so many people interpret it as Hinako being forced into an arranged marriage, like, as a high school student. She is not a high school student. If there's any element of the story that I would say is consistent across all endings and all depictions of the story, all of the information that's presented, it is that Hinako is not a high school student. It's how she perceives herself. It's what she most closely identifies as her identity, that form, that phase of her life where she really identified who she was for herself and had that strongest connection with her friends. But that might not be what you mean, but I've seen a lot of people interpret that way, that like, oh, she's being married off as a student. She's not. She's not. She's an adult. Is the age of maturity or majority in Japan. I think you mean maturity, not majority. Like age of consent, the age that you're considered an adult. I know that's like the legal drinking age. At least today. Keep in mind, this is also 1960s Japan. So I'm not an expert on Japanese law throughout history, but I think it may have been different in the 1960s. There's also different ages for different things. Like, the age that you can drink is different from the age that you can buy tobacco products, which is different from what's considered the age of consent in terms of, like, sexuality and in terms of being married. Like, they're not all uniform and universal. Or the same photos and portraits. Just from what's defined as a legal adult was 20 because of coming of age day ceremonies. But then that's also there's also a difference between like being culturally recognized as an adult and being legally recognized as an adult. Sometimes those things don't overlap. Like, in Mexican culture, you're an adult after your quinceañera, but that doesn't necessarily go in line with, like, law. In Yami I know is also Jewish, so you have like what's the name of the tradition? You're becoming a man. your bar mitzvah. So again, like, cultural recognition and law don't always exactly overlap. And again, we're arguing semantics over a fictional character that we don't know the age of. All the information in the game points towards her being 20-something. Unspecified. But again, we can't trust the information as it's presented in the game at face value. Now, I will say this, based on like Hinako's journals and the way things are presented, it doesn't seem like she had like years to think about this arranged marriage. None of it seems like it was presented as something that was brought up to her or arranged when she was younger, and then she had like years to dwell on it. It seems like it was something that happened very quickly. That she didn't have time to, like, reconcile why it's happening.
"そういうものだと思って生きてきたから。だからお見合いの話が来た時も、今度は私の番なんだってそう思ったよ。
We also have this aspect, because Junko was also set up for an arranged marriage.
仲人さんが入って、その上で私に
How much of that aspect is being projected by Hinako because it was something that occurred to Junko?
きっと仲良くなれるって確信があったわ。恋愛結婚も素敵だと思うけれど、恋は盲目。籍を入れた後に相手の嫌な面に気づいても遅いのよ。
私にはお姉ちゃんたちの言うことがよくわからないよ。
ひなこだって幸せな結婚をして幸せな人生を歩みたいでしょ。
そこが違うの。そこが多分私とお姉ちゃんの、私と世界の。
I just want to pause this and again kind of share my thoughts. Everything that we're arguing about right now, that everything that's coming up in chat where people are sharing their different interpretations and not being able to come to a conclusive agreement, this is exactly my problem with the way the story is presented. I think that is a bad way to tell the story. I think there need to be little hints of reality to basically cement certain details in place so that we can sort of interpret other details around that given bit of reality in the story. These flashbacks, like what's happening right now, Junko is talking to Hinako about marriage, clearly trying to talk with Hinako after Hinako is now dealing with an arranged marriage, just like her sister Junko, right? If we had seen an adult Hinako right now, that would completely change the way that we're interpreting this information. If we were seeing in this flashback Hinako not the same as we see her throughout the entirety of the game as a high school student. Because if we're to look at this at face value and take it literally, it seems like Junko is trying to comfort Hinako and give her reason to go through with this when she was a high school student, which would imply that this was arranged at some point earlier in her life. But there is never any other depiction of Hinako. Even though we know this is a flashback, this is something far in the past, yet present day Hinako, the Hinako that we've been controlling throughout the entire game, looks exactly the same as flashback Hinako. It's clearly like not a realistic depiction of who she is in reality. So, what exactly are we flashing back to? Are we flashing back to a conversation of Junko and Hinako talking as adults before Hinako's arranged marriage takes place, like after it was very first arranged, and Hinako's trying to cope with that? Or was it arranged when she was much younger, and they had this conversation when she was a high school student? If she did have this conversation when she was a high school student, how was this never brought up to Shu? How was this never brought up to Rinko or Sakuko? How was this not spread around the town as rumor? Because we wind up seeing that other townspeople are supposedly gossiping about this wedding happening, and even commenting that, oh, I thought Hinako and Shu were together. They were always running around since they were kids. I'm surprised she's being married to this other person. That's some of the like gossiping voices that we hear at the very start of the game. Again, we have all this conflicting information of who these characters are and when these things and events happened and whether these events even actually did happen. There's too much to question. There's not enough established reality. There's not enough pieces of story that you can say for sure with 100% certainty this is real, to give you just even a platform, just the smallest basis to sort of expand your interpretations from.
一番の違いなの。
Also, Junko face. Still a little weird because of the effect, but we can kind of see Junko's face there. He's got eyeballs. Since we don't get to see Junko's face very much. In the normal game, by default, you don't get to see Junko's face ever. But we did look under her mask during the Dark Shrine segment, so that we kind of got an idea of what her face looked like. And it's a unique model for the Dark Shrine version versus this version, where her skin is clear and her stitches and cuts on the neck and she had like injuries on her lip, things like that are not on the skin model for this. So really, really interesting there. And she ain't got eyebrows. Neither did Claudia Wolf. So, it's fine. We've had eyebrowless Silent Hill characters since 3. Also, new calendar date. May 26th, 1960. So we've gone from October 6th, 1962 to May 26, 1960. Supposedly when this conversation may be happening. That's the heavy implication. Again, it's hard to take anything at face value in this game, but that's the idea.
違いって？
私、幸せになることが絶対に大切とは思ってないの。もちろん幸せにはなりたいよ。でもそれよりも大事なことがあるの。
それは何？
自分で選択したかどうか。私はね、幸せにしてもらいたいんじゃない。自分で選んで幸せになりたいの。たとえ幸せになれなかったとしても、自分で選んだ結果はとても尊くて、私には価値があるように思えるの。みんなが女の幸せと呼ぶもの、頼もしい旦那様と大勢の子供たち、そういうものと生涯無縁になるとしても構わない。私には幸せになれるかどうかよりも、自分で運命を選べたかどうかが大事なの。
私には綺麗事に聞こえるけれどね。でもひな子の言うことが間違ってるとも思えない。あと100年、いや、ひょっとしたらもう少し早いかも。どんな結果だろうと、自分で選んだ結果ならそれが幸せだとそうと言える時代がきっと訪れると思うわ。お姉ちゃんはその世界には行けないけれど、ひな子は行けるといいね。
どんな結果だろうとも、自分で結果を選べることが幸せ。自分で選べなかった結果は幸せじゃないんだ。誰にも操らせない。私の選択は
It also seems like it's this conversation with Junko that sort of leads Hinako to this element of her identity. That aspect of wanting choice, wanting her own choice. She kind of comes to that realization through this conversation. Like in some ways, Junko is sort of responsible for Hinako getting to the point of realizing choice is what matters more to her. Even if it's not necessarily a good outcome, she just wants to make her own choices in life. Then we have all of the little details in her room alluding to her being a track and field star during her middle school and high school years. She's got first place, wearing a ribbon. You can see the ribbon and medal around her neck. Other people next to her clapping, holding up the certificate, showing that she's won. Her and her friend group, Sakuko, Rinko, and Shu with her. We've seen this in a few other places. Taken in the middle school, that is actually the Ebisugaoka Middle School. You can see that same wall and door, the sign up above the door to the right of Shu's head is all from the middle school section, even though they're wearing their high school uniforms. They probably just reused the environment for the backdrop. These fucking AI generated posters. AI generated assets. Are they? I can't 100% confirm it, obviously, but the more I look at them, the more questionable they get. This one especially. This is the one where I really started questioning it and then made me start looking at the other ones in a different way. But like, look at the hair. Look at the hairline. Look at these weird lines. Very inconsistent with like multiple hairstyles kind of happening and moving differently. And then look at the length of the torso going down to the body, like proportion is not there correctly. And then look at the legs. Which is the left leg and which is the right leg? Look at the design on the shoes. Look how thick the line of red is around the ankle on the top part of the shoe on the front foot. And then look how thin it is on the back one with like a random other little red line that's just there for some reason. And again, like I said, what is her left leg and what is her right leg? The way it's portrayed, it sort of looks like her right leg is in front. But then the left foot, look at the curvature of the shoe. Your big toe would be on the right side there, as though this is your left foot. Is this AI art? That's what I suspect. I suspect some of these images are, if not completely AI generated, they may be AI run through an AI filter of some sort that altered them. There's also a lot of cases where studios will use stock assets. They use pre-made assets that are just bought through a marketplace that are AI generated and don't disclose that they are AI generated. But the more you kind of start looking at this, especially hands and fingers, hair, wrinkles and lines on the shirt. Yeah, the length of her leg versus the length of the torso. The perspective, like, the perspective is off, the proportions are off, the legs look weird, the design of the shoes is different from the left shoe and right shoe. The hands look strange, the hairline and hair look strange. Like there's all these little details that don't look quite right. And then after seeing that, which is a little bit more noticeable, I start looking at these other ones. And I'm like, okay, this one, it's just a silhouette, so it looks a little bit better. But look at the hands. Look at how large the right thumb is, or the thumb on your left. This character's right hand versus the left. Look at the way the fingers are presented. You have the thumb on the character's right hand, our left. You can see the silhouette for the index finger. You can see the silhouette for the middle finger. You can see there's like a bend for what would be a third finger. Where is the fourth finger? Look at the proportions of the arms. Look at the shoulders. Look at how large the bicep is. So it's like, once you kind of have it in your mind, like, that this looks a little bit weird, and you start paying attention to those little details on some of these other posters, look at the little boy's leg, sort of like clipping through the front of the shorts, like the leg is in front of the pants. Again, the shoes are different designs. The shoes don't match. Look at the proportion of her legs. The girl in front, her front leg versus her back leg. Her back leg, if she was to straighten it out, would be like twice as long as the leg in the front. These are her hand. Look at the difference between her wrist and the size of her hand, the joint where her thumb is. Look at the boy's thumb. It just sort of smears across the baton into his fingers on the bottom. Like, I'm fairly certain these are AI generated assets. And there's not a lot of that in this game, to be fair. Most of what I've been looking at is very clearly like intentionally drawn or painted or made using like actual photos. Like a lot of the pictures we see around the house look like they are actual renders using 3D models and environments and then made to look like a 2D image for like an old photo. Some of them look like actual real life photos that are probably public domain that they got from the offices, the tourist offices in Garo, where Katayama is, the town that Ebisugaoka was based on. They probably got some public domain assets through the tourist offices for Garo, because they're credited, like in the game's credits. They give a special thanks to the tourist offices of Gero. So I think a lot of the assets, the majority of the assets in this game are not AI generated, but these posters that we've seen in the middle school and now here in Hinako's room, I'm fairly certain these are AI generated. I mean, even AI detection software, Appalling Snowman, is not necessarily accurate. They've already been proven to be very unreliable. Like, if you're a writer and you know sort of the things that AI tends to do in terms of writing, you can write that way and trick that type of software into thinking that it's AI when it was written by a human. If you're an artist and you know that these types of details are the types of things that a lot of AI, generative AI, typically gets wrong, you can intentionally make a piece of artwork that is entirely human-made that will still fool AI detection software. So those types of AI detection things are not reliable. The only way we would know for certain is by asking the artists at Neobards, whoever would have been responsible for the creation of these assets, and getting an honest answer from them. And let's be real, that's not going to happen. Not only will we not likely be able to ever ask those people these questions, it would be even far less likely that they would give us an honest answer. Abby's Corner, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you bringing your community here. Hope you had a great stream. All right, let's continue exploring. Got a UFO PB in this. Very nice. Congratulations. How do you like the new patch? How do you like the new update in terms of speedrunning? And I'm curious if you had, did you have any performance issues since the new patch? Because I have been having lots of performance drops that I've not ever had with this game on any of my previous playthroughs, that I only started really having post-patch. But maybe that's just my computer being a little bit too out of date. My 3060 Ti is struggling to keep up with these Unreal Engine 5 games. But this game ran very, very smoothly for me on launch. I had very few performance issues in all of my first 5 playthroughs. And then suddenly I had a lot of frame drops and low frame rates, even on low settings, after the update. But maybe that's just a my hardware thing. No longer have screen tearing. So performance has been better. It's been running better for you. Interesting. What resolution am I playing at? I can just show you my settings. So my monitor doesn't go above 1920 by 1080. Like, I just have a 1920 by 1080 monitor. You can't really stream realistically in higher resolutions on Twitch. You can technically, but it's diminishing returns from what Twitch limits you. On YouTube, you can actually stream in much higher resolution and higher bit rate. Twitch puts more of a restriction on your resolution and bit rate. So because I'm streaming games, I usually just stream at 1920 by 1080, 16 FPS, which is also what my monitor is set to, which is also what my game settings are. But even on performance with, medium settings, my game's been rough. Whereas, again, all 5 of my previous playthroughs with the same settings, all were perfectly fine, perfectly smooth. Except for, one area in particular. The area in front of Chizuruya, where you fight the big Chungus. During the second half of the game. That was the only area where I got noticeable performance drops in my first 5 playthroughs. Everything else in the game all ran smooth. Now, even with the same settings, my game has been really choppy. Just today, just since the patch. Go back through there. Yeah, see, these are the little wooden dolls, the Kokeshi. Ooh, crayon drawing of the celluloid doll with bleeding eyes, sort of tucked back here in the corner behind the lantern. get a little closer look at all these drawings. The young Hinako drawings. Interesting depiction here. There's Mom, Hinako, and Junko, but Dad is completely scribbled out. Drawing her father as a demon, as an Oni with those horns. The crazy eyes and smile. Very similar to the way that he looks, foreshadowing the fight with her father and mother when he holds the blade up and is smiling. Yoi! Holding the bottle of alcohol as well. Why's he got the Joker smile though? I don't know, Yami. Why so serious? Rebuilt your PC before the game came out, but had a terrible experience with this game before the new patch. The only thing they still didn't fix was not needing full screen on to have VSync as an option. Ah. That's weird. Because yeah, even with my sort of outdated PC, my 3060 Ti, this game ran really nicely, really smoothly for me. Granted, I was just capping it at 60 FPS, playing it at 1080, so like my resolution wasn't as high as a lot of others may have been. My FPS, I wasn't trying to go for like super high FPS since I typically stream in 60 FPS anyway. I don't bother trying to play my games at anything higher than what my audience can see. But then, yeah, after the patch, I've been dealing with a lot more frame drops and stuttering. It's behaving more like a typical Unreal Engine 5 game now. It's not so bad here. Like, since I've been in the Shimizu house, it hasn't been too bad. Like, indoor areas seem to be better than outdoor areas. Outdoor areas seem to have really tanked my performance. Whereas before, with the exact same settings, it all ran smoothly. Very weird. This is the same drawing as over here, just flipped upside down. This looks like a close-up of eyes. The way her father's eyes are drawn here. This could either be foreshadowing the two Hinakos, sort of the two aspects of Hinako, or it could be a depiction of Hinako and Junko. Out in the forest among the flowers, hugging. I just realized the hair with the bow and the hair with the pigtails. This could be Hinako and Junko. It could also be Sakuko and Rinko. And again, everyone is sort of being depicted the same with the like crazy eyes and the pointy teeth. Yeah, the red flowers, the higambana. Some writing. Live Lin, translate. Let me see if my phone can translate it. Probably won't be able to see through all the scribbles, though. Oh, it kind of can. You can play alone from the other side. Yeah. Google Lens is having a hard time translating because of all the scribbles overlaying the actual text. But that line, third from the right, seems to translate. You can play by yourself. The text in the center and the bottom is also Hinako's name. But I can't really get a Google Lens translation on the rest of it. We'll be able to take some screenshots and get a more proper translation in the future. See, and then we have clearly this like taller figure, older figure, which leads me to believe this is supposed to be Hinako, Junko, and their mother. Same thing with them sitting around the table and then having a figure scribbled out, very heavily implying that that's Kanta, their father. Also, since this is something that I tend to look at a lot in Silent Hill games, and it's something that I tend to kind of share my opinions on somewhat often, spooky children's drawings, or children's drawings in general, is something very difficult to pull off. Because to me, I feel like it's really obvious when you clearly have somebody who is like a professional adult artist who is intentionally drawing bad to make it look like a child's drawing. And sometimes it's much more obvious than others. Silent Hill Homecoming's child drawings, for example, they're very clearly like professional artist drawing something intentionally bad to look like an actual child's drawing, compared to something like Silent Hill 3, the chapel map, which has like a drawing of a house and a bunny rabbit and stuff like that, where that actually was a child's drawing. It was a friend of one of the members of the dev team who their kid drew something, and they scanned it in and used it as a texture for the chapel map in Silent Hill 3. So it is a legitimate child's drawing, and it looks more authentic as a child's drawing compared to like a professional artist drawing something to look like a child's drawing. These drawings, to me, look like a professional artist drawing something in the style of a child. They're not convincing as authentic children's drawings. They're not bad, though. They're not as obvious as like the ones in Homecoming, for example. But certain things are a little too consistent. The size and shape of people, usually perspective, is something that children really struggle with. And trying to draw like two figures on opposite sides where they're like roughly the same size and shape is something that like in an actual child's drawing, a lot of time kids would struggle with that. They struggle with perspective. And they struggle with consistency, the length of the limbs, how clean some of the like circular lines are for the faces and the eyes, trying to get like a clean circle. I know professional artists who struggle with trying to get really clean looking circles and circular lines, curved lines like that, let alone, for a child's drawing. So it's just little things like that you kind of train your eye to pick up. At the very least, they don't look AI generated like the other school posters and track and field posters and things. It looks like somebody drew these. Then each of our little doll figures, a little fox mask, a little Hinako, grandma, maybe supposed to be Kotoyuki's mother. Like Kotoyuki's mother, Kotoyuki, Hinako. Hard to tell with the headless one. Maybe her father, maybe Junko. And then this broken one. That one, the head is completely missing. This one where the head is like cracked. It's like two different dolls put together. Yeah, the broken one with the two split faces could more or less be Junko as well. Also, I don't know what's up with this light. Where the light source doesn't actually give off light until you walk very close to it. Definitely doesn't seem like something intentional. And that's not something new because of the patch. It's always done that. Doesn't feel right. I feel like someone's watching me. Let's just go down this way. Can't open it. This room's not rendered in. Different rooms rendered in different versions of the Shimizu house. Again, sometimes they just sort of layer. Oh, there actually is a skybox way up here. If we zoom all the way out from this room that's containing the Shimizu house, there actually is clouds and a moon with like the distant hills and mountains. Skybox there. I figured there might be layers of environments because we've seen that in some of the other places. Also looks like there's some stuff out of bounds over here. Okora. Oh, and this is the door. The sliding door whenever you transfer from each version of the household after using the calendar. If there's any other interesting things, looks like there's some out of bounds assets over here as well. More of the doors. Just some of the assets that as they change, it's easier to just swap them in with a replacement and keep the remaining asset out of bounds where the player won't see it. There's your monster jump scare, Yami. Here it is. Oh, here's that door we just saw. Out of bounds over there. It's for when you open this and it replaces it with just the single folded door. It also spawns in this creature once we're in here to ambush us as we're trying to leave. Plum jam. Juice yogurt. Caramel. All of these different things we've seen in other places. Repeated assets. Of course, portrait of Hinako. The puzzle. I really like their plum jelly. They were stocked up on it.
This picture. なんか見たことある気がする。思い出せない。
I think that was everything. We didn't go in here, but this one doesn't open. Which means there's not going to be anything rendered in. Yeah. Okay. It's everything in this environment. On. May 26, 1960. Overall skybox. I'm just curious. Kind of see how they compile these areas together. Guy already rendered in over here. Mostly. Smells horrible. Bloody variation of the bath. The walls and stuff have almost like a bruised texture to them. Bloody and bruised. The knife stuck into the side. I was always curious if this was actually like a full-on head. Just like a full decapitated head in the bath, or if it was just like hair, like scalped. It looks like a full head, one of the faceless Kashimashi. Sort of jars, boxes, assets we've been seeing. Just trying to check everything thoroughly, make sure there's not any interesting little details or Easter eggs that I might miss. I'm sure I'll miss something. Trying my best. More implications of abuse. Just a hand holding a stick. With a girl on her knees facing away. That's a new one. That's definitely a different one compared to what we saw before. But goes right in line with the bruises on the back, like under the robes, that one photo. Again, more things alluding to the abusive nature of Kanta. One's a lot darker. It's harder to see. I'm also having a hard time getting the camera lined up with it without clipping through. My only issue with a lot of these cam hack mods, they can be very difficult. There is the Hinako with the celluloid doll again. Brighten this up a little bit for you. At the tree, yeah, this looks like the 1,000-year-old tree, which is, again, the 1,000-year-old cedar. That's where people would go to worship that deity before the fox god, before Oinari-sama. That's the god that the doll represents. So showing Hinako at that tree with that doll, sort of connecting those elements a little bit more directly. Very interesting. But then right across from that, more Inari-sama imagery. The little fox statuette, the silhouette of the Kyuubi, with the silhouettes of people praying to it on either side. Hinako and Junko at the playground. I'm looking around now to see if the doll is in these images. If the celluloid doll was like hidden in the image somewhere. We saw it in a few of the other photos. Yeah, that's clearly the mother. Like her model, same clothing and hair and everything else. And then young Junko and Hinako. There's the doll. We saw this one in the earlier version of the Shimizu house, the earlier loop of it. But Hinako holding the celluloid doll there with her mother and Junko. Some more books and things. I'm pretty sure we've seen these in some other spots. Society. Society is the translation I get from that kanji. Getting to a point of a lot of repeated assets. Oh, there's another weird lighting thing. Don't need that many Yokon. I'd rather have the toolkit. Really gonna be rendered a lot of these areas that you can't access, but I still like to check. Never know. Sometimes there are unused rooms and assets hidden a little ways out of bound like that. It's always worth looking. Yeah, here's the other images kind of implying abuse that we saw in the previous loop. Oh, a different variation of this picture. The first one we saw Hinako by herself on these stairs going towards the Tori. Now she's there with Junko or her mother, someone else. Looks like her mother, maybe. Loops back around, so let's go up here. Oh, and I'm getting performance drops. Game's getting kind of choppy here. If there's anything different in this variation of Hinako's room, same potentially AI generated things, same magazine. There's like a wooden frame in the garbage. Doesn't appear to actually have like a picture. An empty frame with all the crumpled up paper. Oh, her track shoes. Yeah, a lot of the same books and things that we've seen in a lot of other areas in this game. And then, of course, this one where we get our wax lump that we need to go and melt. Same pictures. Victory. Upper competition. Trophy for Hinako's track and field victory. You got first place? Yeah. Same deal with the photo. She's very good at track and field. That's the in-game lore reason for why she can run and fight and not just immediately be tired. Supposed to get the sense that she's very active, very physically fit. More so than average. He's won multiple track and field first place trophies and medals.
Watashi no nikki? 何か入ってる。
Okay, so now this is where we start to see a little bit of connection with some of these significant dates from what we've been seeing with the calendars, because this is the next one that we're seeing. April 7th, 1961. Again, going back to Hinako's journal. Hinako's diary, April 6th. My big day is tomorrow. I can't back out. So talking about her wedding day. Then we have this April 7th, which would be the day after that diary entry. So this is most likely the date of the wedding. April 7th, 1961. Some of the same, like caramel, chocolate straws, orange, more traditional Japanese doll. We saw the same one in Rinko's room. Game's lagging like crazy.
本当に私の家なの？
It's a hallway? No, we never actually accessed this hallway. Oh, we can get past the flower pots. We can finally get past the unbeatable flower pots. Little bit brighter, little easier version of the Hinako holding the doll by the leg. Also, I think it's mirrored. I think the other one, she was holding it in her opposite arm. I think that it flipped horizontally compared to the one we looked at before. In the patch notes, it said that Hinako acknowledges the creatures being dead, like, slightly later compared to before. It is extremely minor, like, how much of a difference there is. It's like a half second later compared to how it used to be. It's kind of like, not that necessary of a change, but hey. Apparently, Neobards felt it was important. Yeah, here it is. Here's the one where she's holding it in her right hand. Right over there. So yeah, they're just taking that photo and flipping it. More of the traditional Japanese dolls. Again, these are reused. We saw them in Rinko's room during the Dark Shrine segment where we drop her in lava. What's up, Romanticore? So does White Claudia that got introduced make the beliefs of the townfolk real, or just enhance the already present spiritual power? We don't have an answer. None of the context of this game can be taken at face value. That would imply that we have information that would confirm things one way or another. And White Claudia, by the way, does not function that way in the previously established games. It is just a hallucinogenic drug. There is nothing spiritual inherently about White Claudia. the spiritual power is around the town of Silent Hill. The plants don't cause it or anything like that. It's used in the cult's rituals. They use it as a way of, performing rituals. We don't really get the specifications of that. Presumably, they hallucinate being able to commune with the spirits or their gods or, whatever. But the spiritual power of Silent Hill, of that town, that area, is what was making people's beliefs become real, what was making, like, Alessa's nightmares be able to manifest into reality. It had nothing to do with the White Claudia. So the introduction of it into this game is just more for the convenience of a narrative plot point to connect to the previous games. Something for you to recognize and say, I know what that is, but it doesn't function the same way. And again, we don't have any context of reality for Silent Hill F. There are 0 definitive answers I can give you about anything about this game, because they never show us any aspect of reality. 100% of this game is shown through the lens of Hinako's mind. It's not like something like Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill 1 or any of the original games where we have established elements of reality mixed with things that are up to interpretation. Like, this is 100% interpretation. It's like Shattered Memories, where everything is going on inside the mind of a single character. No reality. Did the novelization have anything new or not? People keep asking about the novelization. I know the novelization was announced, but it's not even out yet, is it? And even if it was, I think it's Japanese only. I don't think it's been translated to English at all. But no, I haven't read the novelization of Silent Hill F at all. I don't think it's even out yet. And if it is out, it's Japanese only, I believe. And I'm not fluent Japanese. I can't read it. I have to wait for somebody to translate it, or for an official translation to come along. A friend for cleaning up. Like tips on how to be neat and tidy, how to clean, how to pack bags. So yeah, you can see, like, there's these doors with these flower pots that we've not been able to go past. No matter how many playthroughs you do, they never move, they can't be moved, they can't be broken. But now... Oops. Well, we can cam hack ourselves in there, but there is not collision. So we just fall right through the floor. Although there is, I did see the celluloid doll sitting right over here in this room that we never have access to. You can actually see it with the default camera. Nice little detail there. Celluloid doll sitting in this room you don't have access to. bad the lighting doesn't render in here the way that it should. Won't open. What is this bird pattern? Oh. Even before we do the loop to get the key to get in here, Hinako's mother is already in here. For the flashback scene. And she's animated. Like, let's unpause the game world. And she's got an idle animation. And got some tiny hands. They're longer than they seem. They're clipping into her clothes. You can see the pattern on the dress and stuff underneath. Family photo. Dad reading the paper. Mom sitting there holding a baby. Either baby Hinako or baby Junko. I think these are lists of the debts. It's like essentially balancing the checks, balancing the income and this family portrait again from Junko's wedding. Another one of the few times we kind of get to see Junko's face. Even the power of the dark side bounces off of walls. This part of the game is getting laggy. Like Performance is getting really kind of choppy in this hallway. More Kokeshi dolls. More and more Kokeshi dolls showing up. Scattered all around the house. Leading up to the room with the giant one. A Silent Hill 4 reference. Kitchen knife still OP.
ガスが切れてるみたいだけど、チューブはまだ使えそうだ。
Really harsh lighting, and she's got her propane accessory. Yeah, we've all the Kokeshi dolls. Just littering hallways here. I said I know a lot of people kind of misinterpreted these as like sake bottles. But they're definitely little wooden dolls, the Kokeshi. All leading up to this one, the gigantic one. Again, the design of the face on it makes me think that it's a reference to Kanta, her father. And I feel like the implication of the face underneath being monstrous and watching her sort of cluing you into the way that he acts abusive towards his family when they're in the privacy of their own home. But that's underneath how he tries to portray himself to others. Nothing else inside of it hiding in terms of like what's rendered there. I will say the Eileen mask, the big Eileen head rather, in Silent Hill 4, I think does this effect better. Not only is it accompanied with like creepier sound design and sound effects, but the eyes shaking around, being very unstable, adds a lot to the creepiness of that visual. Whereas like this one, it follows you, but it's very stable. Like right now the game is unpaused. And there are some like little subtle movements I think that it's making, but yeah, now it looks for the most part just stationary. Except for when it's tracking you. Still, creepy imagery. But I kind of feel like Silent Hill 4 still did it better. Back into the laggy side of the house. That's everything here. Back around to our initial loop, which, again, as the initial loop, the fact that the calendar leading up to this part is the wedding day kind of gives us the clue that that is sort of the current time period for the events of the game, in reality anyway. It's hard to pin anything into any sort of reality or sensical timeline. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but this game needed a little bit more reality in its story portrayal. Silent Hill, the overall, to tell its stories, doesn't need a whole lot, but it's really hard to pull off a story that you can have interpretations on and discussions with other people about when it's just 100% in a character's mind as an unreliable narrator. You need to have some of those elements of reality just to ground certain aspects of the story. Basically to set up your walls for sort of the basic story, and then break outside of those walls with crazy stuff, with nightmares, with delusions, with things that cause you to question that reality that's been established. Oh, some more new images. Mom broke a plate. He's bleeding. Can't quite tell what's happening in this one. It looks like Kanta. It looks like Hinako's father, sitting cross-legged with his arms in front. It's hard to tell what he's holding. A pen or a knife? Cutting open a fish? Like, contextually, that's what would make the most sense. Yeah, contextually, that's what would make the most sense, is like gutting a fish. But it's hard to tell just from the image. You can kind of tell in the bottom left, it sort of looks like a scale pattern, and in front of the hand that's like holding an object, that kind of looks like a fin sticking up. but it is somewhat difficult to really tell. Yeah, I think that's Kanta gutting a fish. And Mom bleeding after breaking a plate. Naughty worship. Rest of that's still the same. Okay, so that's that one solved. Let's do the portrait puzzle. We need to flip over everything except for Hinako. And then here is where the room changes and you get this reflection of the dark shrine above it. But now we can actually clip the camera up here and see that effect. See this little part of the dark shrine. Upside down, yeah. We can also just rotate our camera around. Oh, it reverses my controls. But now we're in the dark shrine. The lanterns on the water. And instead it's Hinako and her house being reflected up there from the perspective of the dark shrine. There's a lot more to this than I thought there was. Little walkways and walls and stuff back here. Everything flashes red. It doesn't change this. I'm curious if this changed when that happened. It all stays the same. It just spawns in the new creatures. Presumably. Okay, now we go get our sparrow key. Use our sparrow key. There's Mom. We get our cutscene.
ちょっとおいでなさい。
With our terrible frame rate. God, why is the game running so bad on my computer since the update now?
お母さん、
So
ひな
frustrating.
子の誤解を解いておきたいの。
誤解って？
ひな子はお母さんのこと、お父さんにいつもいじめられてるって思ってる？
そんなこと。
確かにお父さんはちょいと短気な人だけど、娘の前ではいい格好がしたいだけの照れ屋な人なんだよ。
あんなに怒鳴ったり物を投げつけたりしてきたのに。
お父さんはね、
Appalling Snowman says this is the best scene,
ずっ
IMO.
と
This is a
夢
very
があっ
good
たの。
cutscene. I like this
自分
scene.
と
I like the
友
New
達で
Game Plus
小さなお
Shimizu
店を持
House
ちたいって。
scenes in general.
夢？
そう。
But yeah, I like this one a lot. Because we've been getting so much of this hyper exaggerated Hinako's perspective of her father and mother and
お
everything.
父さんには仲のいいお
This is one
友
of
達
the
がいて
few
ね。
scenes that actually kind of is trying to humanize it a little bit,
弟みたいに可愛いって
make it a
いつ
little
も
bit
言う
more
よね。
realistic, give you some context.
でもね、何かあっ
This
たん
game
だ
needed a
ろう
lot
ね。
more of this.
急にお父さんが貯めてたお金全部持って逃げちゃった。きっとどうしようもない理由があったんだろうね。悪い人には見えなかったから。お父さん、それですごく傷ついてね、荒れてた時期があったの。落ち着くといつも私には謝ってくれたよ。でもね、子供には弱い父親の姿を見せ
This
た
is
く
one
な
of
い
the
から
better
っ
music
て。
tracks in the game, too.
男の人はプライドが高いから。
だからって家族を傷つけていいわけがない。
ひな子はきっと家に入ると女は男に虐げられるってそう思い込んじゃってるんだろうね。
Children don't
でもね、
understand dynamics of adults until they
あんた
become
が
adults
思ってる
themselves.
ほど
That is definitely a big theme
女
in
も
this game.
母さんも弱くはないんだよ。
It's also a big theme in
お
Shattered
父
Memories.
さんなんて
It's a
娘
big
の
part
前
of
で
why I
は
like Shattered
かっこ
Memories
つけ
so
て
much.
威張ってるけど、あんたたちがいない時は全然違うんだから。以前お母さんとお父さん大喧嘩したことがあるの。
知らない。そんなことあったの？
お母さんお父さんが謝ってくるまで徹底的に無視してやったよ。あんたたちがいる前では普通に振る舞ってたけどね。おかずもお父さんの嫌いなものばっかりにして、お茶に雑巾の絞り汁入れてやったこともあるの。
お母さんが信じられない。
お父さんたったの3日で値を上げたよ。あんたと純子が寝静まった後、そこにベターっと土下座してね。
お父さんが本当に？
そうだよ。私とお父さんが本気で喧嘩をしたら、お父さんが私に勝てるわけないじゃない。でもね、それは私たち夫婦の話。娘のお前に心配かけたのは本当に申し訳ないと思ってるよ。
Yeah. Such a good scene. Really well done, emotional acting. Really, really good music to go along with it. I love the context that it brings to the story for the parents as characters. That the mom is not just like a pushover and spineless and doing, 100% succumbing to everything that Kanta, was trying to do. Like, he acts like this big, I have to be a big masculine father figure and husband, and I'm in charge and everyone bows to me. But the mother shows that she's also, when she's wronged by him, she does what's within her power to get an apology out of him. Understanding those kind of dynamics of, well, they act normal while they're around the kids, but whenever they're on their own, they're different. Again, it helps to humanize the characters, gives a great deal of context, and again, I feel like the game needed a little bit more of that. A little bit more of that. Again, this is another one of those scenes where I feel like some context of reality would have helped immensely. Like, if we had gotten that cutscene just now, but just for a moment, it shows Hinako, like, getting ready for her wedding. And this is a conversation that, like, her mother is having with her as she's getting dressed, or doing her hair, or putting on her makeup, or preparation for her wedding. If we would have gotten just a little glimpse of reality, where we see Hinako as an adult having this conversation with her mother, because her mother knows it's going to be one of the last times she gets to talk to her daughter like this before being married and going away to the Tsuneki family. This kind of context would have been helped, I think, immensely if we got just a little glimpse of reality to go along with it. A couple more scenes like this, and a little bit more context of what is actually happening in reality, not seeing Hinako as a student, like this delusional version of herself, it would have helped. It would have helped a lot. Yeah, maybe have a little bit different appearance for the mom, where it starts off, the mother dressed the way that she looks in all the photos, the way that Hinako remembers her. But then in that last little line of dialogue, when she's like, I didn't want you to worry, and apologizes and takes her hand, that last little part of the scene show mom older, some gray in her hair, dressed differently for the wedding. Hinako as an adult, different hairstyle, getting dressed, ready for her wedding, just for a moment, just for like a second, that last like 1 or 2 seconds of that cutscene, a little flash of reality to put the rest of what we're interpreting for the story into context. Something like that would have helped so much with this game. Just a few moments like that here and there. It would have redeemed the bad game design choice of locking content out. Oh, for sure. Especially, like, even if that was still locked behind New Game Plus, which I don't think it should have been. I'm still against the idea of locking that much of the story behind follow-up playthroughs. I still think your new game playthrough should have given you more context than what it does, but something like that would have definitely made the follow-up playthroughs feel more worth it. Let's see. What is this one? That was it.
でも何の話だろう。
ひなこ。
I mean, we already get to see Kanta normally, but just for the sake of looking at the character model during these scenes. Give it a unique camera perspective.
謝っておこうと思ってな。
何を？
俺は情けない父親だった。長い間怒鳴ったり怖がらせたりして悪かった。
今頃謝ってなかったことになんかなるわけないでしょ。あれだけ長いことみんなに迷惑かけて、全部チャラになるなんて本気で思ってるの
？Oh, frame rate.
お前の気持ちを考えれば到底許せるわけもない。それを重々分かってる。それでも俺に謝らせてくれ。許してくれなくて構わないから。
はあ、あんた一人がスッキリしたいからってだけで勝手に謝ってるの？迷惑だよ。帰ってよ。今だって急に怒り出して包丁を投げつけてこないか怖くてたまらないんだから。
子供に怖がられるくらいが威厳のある父親だと誤解していたんだ。本当にすまない。
じゃあ勝手にこれからもそうしててよ。出てってよ。それでもお父さんは謝ってくれてる。許す許さないは私たちの勝手だけど、お父さんの謝りたいっていう気持ちまでも無限にはできないよ。お父さんの都合なんか知らないよ。家族だよ。
I hate that there's these weird performance issues after the
お
patch.
母さんに聞いたでしょ。お父さんが裏切られて辛い目にあったって。辛い理由があったから乱暴も許せっていうの？そんなのまかり通らない。そう、まかり通らない。許す必要もない。縁を切り言い訳も謝罪も聞いてやる義理は確かにない。でもね、家族の縁は切れないんだよ。だから許さなくてもいいけれど聞いてあげなくちゃ。お父さんの気持ちだけは受け止めてあげて。お母さんはお父さんを許しているのかもしれないけど私には無理。 知ってる？私たちとお父さんは血がつながっているけど、お父さんとお母さんは血なんかつながってないんだよ。結婚したってだけの赤の他人のお母さんがお父さんの話を聞いて許せたんだよ。どうして血のつながりのある私たちが話も聞いてあげられないの？怖かったと思う。今も怖いと思う。許せないと思うし、顔も見たくない気持ちもわかる。それでも話だけは聞いてあげて。許さなくてもいいから、お父さんの気持ちだけは受け止めてあげて。
もし俺のせいで男というものに恐怖を覚えているなら、それは誤解だ。俺はろくでなしだが、他の父親たちは違う。俺とは正反対で、琴行君は立派な青年だ。彼なら絶対にお前を幸せにしてくれる。付き合いの長い柊君、立派な男だけどな。あいつにならお前をやれるとずっと思っている。しかしそんなのは俺の勝手な決めつけで、結婚するもしないもお前が自分で決めて構わない。俺を許さなくていいから、俺の呪縛から解放されて幸せに生きてくれ。今まですまなかった。
今でも怖いし、許せるかどうかわからないけど、お父さんの気持ちだけは受け取ったから。
Oh, shit. I was stuck in the swing animation. Bet that feels like Ziggy's tongue. Probably not as bad. Our cat Ziggy has a really rough tongue. And if he's like feeling sweet, where he's like licking your hand or something, he will literally take skin off. Oh, is he doing that? He was doing that to you over there. Index finger's red. I mean, he's practically drawn blood. Just with his tongue before. Roughest, like, cat tongues are always rough, but his is exceptionally rough, more than any other cat I've ever had. You got that tiger tongue.
うちの中まで。
See if there's any new photos or anything. Also clip out of this area because it's a little different from the rest of the Shimizu house. More out of bounds doors and Hokoras. They swap things out. And see if we zoom far enough out of all this. That skybox and everything is still there with the moon and clouds. The doors and things that change out of this area. Try to look a little closer at this calendar, but yeah, I don't think we're going to actually discern any information from it. But presumably, you know, based on what goes on after this, it's the wedding day. It's April 7th, 1961. Scribbled over. You can even see in here the hooks where he's gonna see Rinko, Shu, Sakuko hanging are all here. The Dead by Daylight hooks. There's Kanta's knife, where you find that stuck in a tree when you're first unlocking the sword. We're seeing that with like the buckets of entrails underneath them. Oh, they're already in here. We can actually explore the arena before the fight starts. Let me get these prompts off the camera. We can get a closer look at monster form mom and dad. There's definitely some cool details with them. Yeah, mom with the huge open wound in her back, kind of implying her being spineless. But again, that seems like a projection, exaggeration from Hinako's side that is not necessarily the case based on the little like cutscene we get just a moment ago with her having that conversation with her mother, showing that she did stand up to Kanta in her own ways. Also more of the little cancerous cysts, sort of growths inside of her. Of course, the overgrowth of the flowers and Higambana. Her eyes and face are still there underneath all that. She's smiling. And Chungus, we can see his uvula. His knife basically turns into a Pyramid Head great knife. Very similar. Similar designed. It's more of a chef's knife rather than the like half scissor design of Pyramid Head's blade, but similar shape. Definitely feel like that's kind of an intentional thing. He's got his socks with the holes in them and the toe poking out. Got the toes poking out of the worn out socks. Everybody's got that pair of socks. He's got some hemorrhoids he needs to do something about. Get some Preparation H up in there. A little closer look at the arena. All the kudzu leaf, lanterns, dark shrine sort of elements. Which again, to me, is kind of the implication of this being the Tsuneki family property. Potentially where the wedding not necessarily is being held, but part of where their ceremony and gathering, feasting like we're going to see in the cutscene, all of that is sort of taking place. I always kind of got that impression that that's the reality version of the Dark Shrine, that this is all like part of the Tsuneki clan's estate. And even this little area where they walk off after the fight. Very cool. Bless you. Sorry for any background noise. I said me and Rachel have been sort of sick lately.
どうしてこんなことに。
Yeah, I saw the mic pick it up. That's why I was like, sorry for background noise.
Hinako! 遅かったな。今から始めるところだったぞ。誰のなんだと。それではご一同様、包丁のさよどうぞご覧くださいよー。なんだその言い草は。
His knife was so powerful it cut the frame rate in half. There's our Silent Hill F version of Fancy Finger. Throwing up gang signs. Dad with his Stretch Armstrongs. I like how it has the little octopus looking sucker parts on it. No, Hinako, don't do a peace sign. Wasn't that a thing with a K-pop boy band member where they got in trouble for like doing a peace sign because it has implications of like political affiliation or something? Like, it wasn't intended that way, but got in trouble for doing it because of the way people would interpret it, potentially.
これを飲みなさい。少し楽になるはずだ。
私は一体。
まだ体が馴染まないのだろう。よくここまでこらえてくれた。
これでは皆様に愛想を尽かされてしまうでしょうか。
そんなことは私が許しはしない。少し血色が良くなった。君の体にも合うようだ。
これは
先祖の霊に備えた米と水を混ぜ合わせてこしたものだ。神聖な力が宿っている。
When he makes her drink this, could it be part of the ritual that mentions mixing the master's saliva with something else and making the sacrifice drink it? That seems to be the implication based on the note, but again, like, we don't know, because this game gives us no context for what is real and what is not,
もう出て
and
ます。ありがとうございます。
yeah.
そうか、気をつけて。行こう。
In
君のた
reality,
めに
this
用
could
意した
just be them
一番大切なものがある。
sharing a drink
はい。
as part of their wedding. Like, it could be something rather harmless, or it could be part of the ritual. The game does not go out of its way to define what's real, what's delusion. One of the things I think this game is very much lacking. Even original Silent Hill games are not 100% up for interpretation, where everything could potentially be delusion. Like, we're given elements and aspects of reality to contextualize when things are like nightmarish or surreal. In this game, everything is surreal. So you're able to just sort of interpret your own intention and meaning from like all of it. Some people really enjoy that kind of storytelling, but it's not personally what I like, and not, I think, what makes Silent Hill very good in terms of narrative. In the previously established games, having elements of reality really helps define when that reality and those rules get broken. Yeah, having a bit of grounding, having a bit of reality helps these types of stories, because otherwise you fall into the cliches of like, it could all be a dream, it could all be a delusion. And that type of storytelling to me is just very boring, very cliche, very tropey. You need context. You need some sort of context. This game's strength and weakness are the same. Audience can never tell what's real, what is spiritual or mental. Yeah. Again, even comparison by the original Silent Hill game standards, like the original Silent Hill games, there's a lot left up to interpretation. There's definitely more questions than there are definitive answers, but there are still answers. There are still definitive elements of the narrative, of the characters, of the story, the way that it's presented, as well as intention from the developers themselves. Like, for example, Silent Hill 2, within the game, you have the context of certain events being real, like James killing Mary. There's no misinterpreting that. It is something that happened in order to drive the narrative, motivate the characters, give them purpose, give meaning. Once you get into the deeper meaning, like the deeper parts of the game, there's a lot of it that is left up to interpretation and even understanding if it's a delusion, understanding what that delusion means to James by comparing and contrasting based on what events we know are real, so that we can have an idea of how to interpret the more surreal elements. This game, it's more like Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Silent Hill Shattered Memories, I'm sorry to spoil it for anyone who doesn't know it, but Silent Hill Shattered Memories, the big reveal at the end of Shattered Memories is that Harry Mason was dead the whole time, and everything that you're experiencing is just going on in Cheryl's mind. It is literally her own memories being shattered, being recontextualized for a fictional version of her father going through these events. This game, everything is contextualized through the context of Hinako's subconscious. Like, all of the game could be delusion, every aspect of the game could be real or not, and it never gives you any glimpse, any element of grounding reality to have a discussion based around. All right. This is going to be where I call it for tonight.